Evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Nagarajan, how are you? Yes, Vivek, how are you? Yes, Gayatri.
Yeah, I'm good, sir.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Sukruta, Neeraj. Yeah, this is see, these things is giving me motivations to discuss on the topic. Actually, I do not like to be kind of giving the lecture and something like that. I like to discuss the things, right? So yeah, so let's have a discussion on what is big data, what is how this industry take the decisions. Let's talk about how many of the industry have solved their problems, right? We will be discussing about some of the tools, like those leading tools, right, that people uses during their research, right? So we'll be discussing most of the things, right? So we have three main topic to discuss over here. So the first topic is we'll be discussing on what is big data and what is data analysis. The second topic that we'll be discussing as what is data mining and how data mining has helped many industry to solve their problems, right? See, most of the industry again use data mining, but they do not do it effectively. There are few industry who have leveraged this data mining technique and they have used it efficiently, right? After this we'll be discussing on what is data lake, what is data warehouse, what is data mart. These are the big jargon topics, right? And we'll be discussing all these things, right? So let's start with my slides. So it is not slides, of course it is a slide that I have prepared, but again it looks like we'll be discussing a lot, right? Because there are a lot of examples that we'll be discussing. Again, I want these discussions to be happen in two-way, right? So please everyone interact if you have any query. So again, do not think as a query, but if you want to discuss anything, please open up your mic or please write in a chat, right? So that we can discuss on that particular topic. Okay, let me share my screen. Give me a minute. uh, so okay, so here, Chrome tab. Okay, I hope this is visible. Yes, no, please.
Yes, sir. Visible.
Great. Again, do not call me sir, call me Raj, right? I like to be called by my name, right? And I, so yeah, so do not think, so consider that I'm just a presenter, right? Who have some knowledge, right? That I want to be shared, right? So again, this will, wait a minute. I think I want this to be shared in a zoomed way. I don't know how to do this, but give me a minute. Okay. 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 I think this is the only way we can do. Okay, great. So what we'll be discussing? We'll be discussing about what are the strategy that we use in the data analysis. Mostly we'll be discussing about what are the concepts, what are the tools, right, that people use to do the data analysis, right? Now see, we live in the era of a lot of data. It's called big data, right? And every day, so consider a situation, right? So consider a situations 10 years ago, right, where this internet was not easily accessible, right? And so basically I remember that I used to kind of do recharge of maybe some 1 GB or 2 GB of data, right? And that has to be there for the entire month. But right now we easily get it's like 2 GB of the data every day because of Geo, thanks to Geo, right? And also we easily get Wi-Fi, right? So it's like we are spending more money on digital product or any product which is related to digital, right? So again, and because of that Because of that, we actually, it's like we the people who boomed the internet, and the result is we created a huge pile of data. We created a data in a different forms, right? And so basically people have organized those things, right? And it has given a definition of big data. So definition of data, big data is defined with the four V's. So the first is volume, second one is velocity, third one is variety, and the fourth one is veracity. So what is volume? Volume is just like how big our data is. So basically, let's say that we ask how big our volume is. Let's say that if any organizations, right, it first understand at what volume we create the data. So that is like size of the data that we'll be dealing with. So what is velocity? That means, let's say that you are working with the telecom industry, right? Or let's say that in any telecom industry is working with the big data, right? They first will check how big we generate the data, or at what speed we generate the data. So basically we need a way to process that speed of data, because right now every people, even a small kid, is engaged with the gadgets, right? And actually we generate the data. So Google monitor everything. Google monitor at for what many hours, or let's say that. So again, it's like you, so Google gives you the analytics at every year, or like it also gives you the kind of analysis of every month, that for this month you have engaged in these kind of content, right? So it's like we create the data at a very faster rate, so that comes under the velocity. And the third thing is variety, at what form we create the data. So variety means we create the data at a structured way, we create a data as an unstructured way, or we also have the semi structured data, of course. So again, as a human being or as a user, most of the data is just click and watch hours and these kind of data, or what kind of content you have consumed. But not only us, but it's a very rare that we create the structured data right now, but it was very common in 5 years ago, right? So people used to create the structured data more, and right now we mostly create the unstructured data. So we have a different variety of data. And then we have the veracity. That means, let's say that if any organization is using that data, so he might be, so that organization might be interested in how much I can trust on this data. Is this data reliable for my business? Is this data is accurate or not, right? So again, when we talk about big data, it has a 4V. It's all about how big our data is. It's a volume, at what speed we create the data, its velocity, what different form of the data we have, that is variety, and can we really trust on this data, that is veracity. Do we have any question on this? Hello? Yes, all of you, do we have any question on this? No?
No, sir.
No,
Okay,
sir.
great. Right. So if you have, see, we also have the option of reaction. I don't know. So yeah, so we have the reaction, like you can kind of give a thumbs up, you can give a clap or something like that, right? You can put heart or something like that. So reaction also means a lot if you do not want to just open a mic. But again, I would suggest you to open a mic. But if you are in the chaos, let's say that you are not able to do, please put reactions. That will give me immense boost to discuss on this topic. Okay, and if you have anything, you can also put like, you can also raise your hand, right? So this is what the big data is. Now let's talk about, why do we even care about this big data? See, we care about, because we can analyze these massive amount of data, and after the analysis we can uncover a different patterns and the trends which is available in the big data. Again, many organization uses this data. Let's say that Google uses that data. Let's say that you have opened an organization and then you want to market your organizations, you want to reach to the specific people, so you want to do the advertising, right? So once we go to the digital advertising, right? So there will be kind of, basically we try a lot of things, right? First we try to kind of target a specific type of people, so we want to reach to those people, right? That is what, like that is how it is possible with the help of big data, right? Reaching to the people is possible now, right? Kind of advertising to a specific group of people is possible now, right? Selling a product to a smarter people is possible now, right? And that is all possible because of big data, right? So we analyze these massive amount of data to understand pattern inside it, right? And because of that, any organization can take smarter and evidence based decision, right? So consider a situation that, let's say that you have opened a local store, right? And then you want to reach to, basically you just want to kind of reach to those people who is your target customer because of this advertising, and because of this big data that is possible. Again, many industry has taken benefited, and many industry can be benefited. Like we can, so again, you do not see a lot of times that healthcare industry is driven by the big data, but this is the next big leap in the data decisions we are going through, right? So again, you will be seeing that in the next 5 to 10 years you will have personalized medicine. You will be seeing that you will have personalized maybe like how to say that this insurance, medical insurance. Because of that, those insurance company will be knowing that you are type of customer, right? And those company will know that what type of product will fit you, right? So it can help us to improve the healthcare, right? It can also help to understand the customer in the retail, right? We can kind of understand this purchasing behavior of the people, right? Which help to get the business and put the right product to the right client, right? And this big data also help us to secure finance and this finance and banking, right? So these algorithms analyze, basically we can use multiple algorithms to analyze millions of transactions to detect fraud or non-fraud, right? We'll be discussing how many finance company have used these kind of systems, right, to kind of detect the fraud. How many organizations have used in the retail industry. We'll be taking as a case study for the healthcare, right? How one healthcare can achieve a very simplified goal, right? Now, to understand the data, we have a two type of data. One is quantitative data, other one is qualitative data. So what is quantitative data? So all the data which measured as a number, like age of a person is a number, right? How many product is being sold for this month? It's a number, right? How many client have visited this specific website? That's a number, right? So any numbers is considered as a quantitative data, like sales figure, percentage revenue, website visitor, is any person has opened their mail or not, have they clicked their mail or not, how many, like, so basically with the help of this data analytics, right, we also see how many hours or maybe how many minutes a specific person visit our website and stays in the website. That all thing is considered as a quantitative data. So we can leverage a lot of things by analyzing the quantitative data. Now the other form of data is qualitative data. What is qualitative data? Mostly it is subjective. That means it is not number. Let's say that if some person has been reviewed by some product or not. So basically the product review is a qualitative data, right? Any text is considered as a qualitative data. Let's say that you have liked to a specific post, that is a qualitative data, right? Let's say that someone has sent you a form, right, and you have filled that form. That's a survey. It's a quantitative, it's a qualitative data. You might have seen that even at, like, let's say that we again, this has happened with me, right? I oftenly visit for like to a specific petrol pump, right? And there I see that, so once in a month there is an every company who is kind of targeting a people to collect the survey or collect a specific type of a response from the customer. Now those surveys are the qualitative data, right? And if you know what kind of data you are dealing with, that means you know what kind of data decision or what kind of data analysis you will be applying to a specific type of data. So understanding of the data is very crucial when you try to do the data analysis. Make sense, everyone? Do we have anything, any query, any post, anything to discuss? Yes, no?
No,
No,
sir.
right? Great. Now, there are, so how do we analyze the data? There are three level of data analysis we have. So the first type of data analysis is descriptive. So basically, in descriptive, we try to understand what happened in the past. It's like if you want to get the summary of the data, then we do the descriptive analysis. Let's say that, let's talk about a website company, right? And if that website is want to know uh, how many people have visited in this month, right? It's like taking the summary of like taking the total number of visitors. That is a descriptive analysis, right? If they want to know what will be the average people will visit my website in the next month, so when I'm talking about average, it's a mean value. That's a descriptive analysis, right? So you want to understand what happened in the past, then descriptive analysis will help you a lot. Now, the second type of analysis is diagnostic analysis. It's like why this specific thing happened. Let's say that our sales dropped this month. Now I want to know why this month our sales has dropped. You want to kind of see the root cause of the specific event. That comes under the diagnostic analysis. And the third type of analysis is predictive analysis. It's all about what will happen in the future. Let's say that this thing was there in this month, what will happen in the next 2 months? If you want to predict the future trend, then a predictive analysis will help you, right? So basically, let's say that if you have analyzed what is going to happen in the next 5 months, so you can take a decision based on that. Okay, make sense, everyone? Hello? Yes, no?
Yes, yes.
Great. Again, I'm only kind of getting response for one or two people, right? Please give a response, right? Please raise your hand, raise your voice. Please put in a chat, right? Please do reactions, right? Do interact with me in any form you want, right? So that we can have a good discussion on the topic. Okay. Now let's talk about what are the different analytics toolkit we have. So how do we analyze? So first we have understood what the data is, right? What the big data is. Then we have understood. Then we have understood why do we need to care about big data. Then we did understood what are the two different type of data. Then we did discussed how do we analyze this data. What are the different levels of the analysis we have. So first we do the descriptive, second we diagnose, and third we predict, right? These are the three level of the analysis we have. And the fourth, now we are going to discuss what are the different toolkit we have to analyze this stuff, right? Again, to perform descriptive, diagnostic, or any predictive analysis, we need a tools. So these are the few tools we have. One is A/B testing, regression analysis, data mining, cluster analysis, time series analysis, and natural language processing. We'll be discussing all these topics, right? One by one. So our core technique is these three techniques, like A/B testing, regression analysis, and data mining. These three things are our core technique, right? Basically, with the help of these technique, we try to understand the relationship and the pattern in our data. So how these A/B testing help us? Basically, A/B testing help you to get a most effective version of your marketing. Let's say that if you want, so again, let's say that you have a business, and then you meet a marketing team. So what the marketing team will do is they will create a multiple type of post, and then they will check which post is more engaging. Now the question is, how do they check which post is most engaging? This is called A/B testing. They use the A/B testing technique to analyze which post is more engaging so that they can push those posts into the wider audience, right? So this A/B testing happens with the control groups. That means they define a group, and to those group they kind of show a different post so that they can take a kind of good post to the wider audience. This is called A/B testing. Now, what is regression analysis? So we use this regression analysis to predict a specific type of value based on other value. As an example, let's say that you will be spending more money on the ad, but what will be the sales like, right? Is spending more money is increasing our sales or not? That is called regression analysis. That means this technique is totally statistical based, right? And it helps us to understand the relationship between two and more variables, right? And the next technique, so the next core technique is data mining, right? So in the data mining, we use, so basically this technique also an statistical method, but we use this technique to find a pattern in the larger data set. Basically, let's say that if you want to kind of find a three group of the data with the existing data, right? Let's consider that you are selling in on the Amazon, and now you want to know which customer is more viable for me. So you have got the data of 10 million, but now you want to group those data. So there the data mining comes to the picture, right? So this data mining help you to identify the pattern. So you will understand which group of people is kind of likely to buy what type of product, right? So that you can sell more things. That is what the data mining is. Make sense? Hello? Do we have any questions on this? Any query on this? No? Right. Now, some of the advanced technique we also have. This technique is called cluster analysis, time series analysis, and natural language processing. So what is cluster analysis? Basically, now, the data mining is all about finding pattern in a data, right? But cluster analysis is all about grouping the data that looks similar to one another. So it's like then it's when you talk about the definition or when you go inside the usage of data mining and the data analysis, this cluster analysis, both technique is tightly together, right? So one uses, so again, data mining uses the cluster analysis to find the hidden group, right? So this cluster analysis will help you to find the similar examples, right? That is what the cluster analysis is. And the primary goal is to kind of target the, like, I'll say that segment the customers into a smaller group, right? Let's say that your budget is very small, and then you do not want to spend a lot of money on that. So what you will do, you will analyze those groups, right? Maybe you will target those customers who is 90% likely to buy it. So with the help of cluster analysis you can do that, right? And our next technique is time series analysis. Now, if you want to identify pattern in a data, if you want to understand what is the cycle of the data, what is the variation of the data over the time. Let's say that we have collected a data for the whole year, and now you want to know which month of the year has been a lot of sales. Now that is possible with the help of time series analysis. It's like we analyze the data over a period. Okay, so that is the time series analysis we have. Now what is natural language processing? Again, this natural language processing will help you to understand the text. Again, we now know that most of our data is collected in the form of text and the images, mostly into the text. And so it's like, let's say that when you comment on any post, that is a text, right? When you create any text-based audio, any text-based content, right? So to analyze those kind of data, we use NLP, right? So these are the technique which help us to understand the human language, right? So that is the natural language processings we have. So we had six essential techniques to analyze the data. One is A/B testing, regression, and data mining. These are the core technique we have. Then we have the cluster. Then we discussed about how a cluster analysis will help, what kind of problem we can solve with the time series analysis, and what kind of processing you can do with the NLP. Now, these three techniques is the advanced techniques comes under a data analysis, right? So now we know the toolkit. Now, what are the correct path we have? We can, like, from data we can get the exact results. So the like we have total 5 steps. Using that 5 step, you can, so from the data collections you can get the insights result, right? So first step is we collect the data based on specific type of problem, right? So based on the problem we collect the data, right? So first thing is we define the problem in the right format. That is the first step is, right? So you cannot say that I have, like, my revenue gone down. So maybe you might need to refine your questions or refine your analysis so that you can collect the data or you can understand your problem based on data. So first, we need to define the correct questions. Then we need to collect the data based on the questions, right? Whether you need a qualitative data or whether you need a quantitative data. Based on your questions, you will collect a specific form of data. Then when we collect the data, it is very rare that we get the data in a very good format or in a format that you want. Mostly you get the data which looks like a garbage. So we need to clean that data, right? We need to remove the duplicates, right? So we need to do a lot of cleaning process. So again, you think that for a data analysis, our 90% task is go into the data cleaning. Once you clean the data, everything is done by the tools. So we clean the data because human being can understand the data much clearer way compared to any AI tools or any automated tools, right? After that, after cleaning, we analyze the data, right? So basically we try to use a right technique based on the questions and based on the data we have, right? And then based on those toolkit we analyze the data, and then after we analyzing it, we convert that information, that analysis, into a specific type of finding. Based on that, we can give a clear narrative, right? That means we can convert our insights into a chart format or into a different format. So these are the 5 steps we have, right? Now, so again, as a final step, once you have analyzed the data, we need a tool. Basically, as a human being, let's say that you do not know all the type of chart, you do not know all the type of graph, you might even do not realize that this graph will help you to communicate these kind of things. So to convert our analysis into a storytelling way, we have a tool. We have a tool like Tableau, we have a tool like Power BI. These two tools help you to build interactive dashboard, right? And that dashboard is interactive, means let's say that if you click on the month, specific month, you will get all the data highlighted for the specific month, right? So that kind of dashboard will help you a lot into the business, right? So it's like, so dashboard is nothing but it's a combination of multiple chart in the graph, right? So ultimately, when I let's say that I'm running a company, right, and I am facing a serious kind of problem, maybe a sales dropped, right? So maybe I don't know how to do that, so I will go to a specialized persons, right, who is able to do that. Now his task will be getting everything, his task will be doing everything and giving me this dashboard based on the data. So this dashboard, this analysis will be evidence based, will be the data backed up. So everyone will trust you, and most of the stakeholder is kind of interested in these kind of dashboard so that they can easily understand what is happening. Right? Any query? All of you? Hello? Yes, no? Okay.
No.
Now we also have some modern toolkit for that, because now not a single tool can help you to do these kind of stuff. That means, let's say that if you want to collect the data, if you want to do the data analysis and everything, how you will do that? For that, we have a modern toolkit to do all the tasks. Like we have some foundational framework which can help you to do the foundational task. If you want to, let's say that your business is related to the real time, so we have some tools related to which can handle the real time data. We have a specialized database which can handle use an enormous amount of data. And then we also have some end-to-end solutions to do the analysis. You do not need to do that. You just pay the price. And that tool is everything, right? So let's say that some platform is there, right? You just need to go there and then you will get your entire insights in just one go, right? So we have these kind of tools. Now, for the foundations, basically, so as let's say that when you started working on your problem, so your first task will be how do we store the data and how do we process the data. Again, storing and processing the data can be possible with the Excel as well, with the simple SQL as well, but that thing is kind of not possible when we are talking about huge amount of data. Sometimes your system will be crashed. That means if you have the big data, you need you need the kind of tools to handle a big data. One of such tool is Apache Hadoop. You might have heard about Hadoop. It's a one tool which can help you to kind of store and process the big data solutions. This Hadoop is a distributed storage data storage system. That means it store the data to the multiple database, right? Again, you can also, like, it also has scalable architecture. That means you can easily add more data, more node. Let's say that you earlier, like, let's say that you have started the business, but you just need only a 10 databases, a 10 base of 10 group of databases. But later on you might need to add on, so you can scale your database architecture using Hadoop, right? And then it is also fault tolerance. That means it also keep the copy of the data. Let's say that something happened and one of the database, one of the node got crashed, so it keep copy of that node elsewhere. So basically it's a full solutions, right, to store and process the data. Okay. Now now the second thing is, we also need we also need to process the data at a speed. There we need to do a real time processing. Again, many businesses right now runs on the real time processing data, right? And to do the real time, right, we have the two such things. One is Storm, other one is Flink. So Storm is what, basically it's a distributed fault tolerance system for the real time computation. If you want to do any real time computation, this is the one tool that you have, right? It processes millions of data in a second, right? Let's say that let's talk about our stock market system, right? Which need to process each and every calculation, so which need to process millions or billions of calculations, right, in every fraction of second. There a storm can help you. If you have that kind of businesses, then you can use the storm, right? Now, let's say that if you want to stream your data at a higher speed, consider the example. Let's say that you have you have a kind of a digital store, right? You have a system uh, like a Flipkart, right? There you need to not Flipkart. So the correct example will be something like oh God, I just forgot the name. It's a Hotstar, or we have the Netflix, right? These are the platform which needs to stream the data at a very high speed, right? Now for that kind of task or for that kind of businesses, we have Flink, right? Makes sense, everyone? Hello. Do you also want to give any new examples based on Storm and Flink? Is there anyone who want to share their knowledge? Yes, no, no? Great. Now, Now we also store the data, but we store the data in a very diverse format. Sometimes you might not need to store only tables. You might need to store text data. You might need to store the image data. For that, we need a NoSQL database, which store the tabular data, but that also store a different type of data, like the text data, like the image data, right? So for that, we have one tool called Cassandra, right? Which is a database perfect for like which is a database, a kind of which is a highly scalable database, right? And that is like this database is good if you do not want to lose any data. That means any text data or image data or like any type of data, right? And if you want to put your data to the multiple data center, then Cassandra is there for you. We also have CouchDB. What is this? Basically, this is a data which store in the JSON format, right? This database store the data into the JSON format, right? And one of the primary benefit is it also work with the offline. That means let's say that if the internet connectivity goes out, right? So you can work with the CouchDB and that can help you, right? Let's say that we have a mobile app, like you are let's say that you are using like you have an your business is related to mobile app and you want to store the data, right? Even with the offline for some extent, then CouchDB can help, right? So the thing is, for the different purposes, we have different kind of data. We have different kind of databases, right? We have different kind of tools for the different kind of solutions, right? But we need to know all these things. Now, we also, let's say that you do not want to deal all these jargons, you do not want to kind of store your distributed data, you do not want to kind of process your data at a higher speed on your own. Let's say that you do not want to kind of stream all your data, right? And let's say that you do not want to tools like Flink and the other solutions, right? So basically those are the solutions, right, where you need to implement one by one, right? You need a kind of capable engineers, right, to work with those systems, and those engineer will help you to manage those specific things, right? But let's say that you have a small business and you just want one-stop solutions. So we also have end-to-end platform for that. One is Joho Analytics and the other one is Cloudera. So Joho Analytics, it's an Indian company. It's a self-service business intelligence solutions. That means it stores the data. It gives you each and every solutions in their analytics kind of group, right? And also, if you want to kind of use or like create your own solution inside their analytics tab, you also have this drag and drop interface. That means you can kind of create, let's say that you want only 2 to 3 services, you can choose which services you want. That is just a simple drag and drop approach. You do not need to know the coding, right? And we have the Cloudera, a similar kind of solution, which is a enterprise platform for managing a big and complex data, right? And one of the primary benefit is this: you do not need to run, let's say that if your data is available on the AWS, or it is available on the Azure or any other cloud platform, you still can work with the Cloudera, right? And basically it has integrity with those platforms, right? So what we have discussed till now till now we have discussed about from data, from jargons of data, and what we have to do with the data. So we have discussed this entire ecosystems, right? So we have discussed about from the goal to the method to which tools to use, right? So in the data analytics, we deal with what problems. So basically we try to deal with what happened to the businesses, right? Why did specific problem happen and what we can do with that, right? And for that we have the multiple technique. For the different kind of problems, we have the different technique like A/B testing, we have the data mining, we have this cluster analysis, all those tools. And to work and to utilize these tools on the big data, we also have the multiple engines. Like for storage and pre-processing, we have the Hadoop type of system. For real-time tasks, we have the Storm and Flink. For the database work, we have Cassandra and CouchDB. And if you want a one-stop solutions, then we have the kind of Zoho and Cloudera. And for the visualization, we have Tableau and the Power BI. So for every type of tool or task, we have this multiple tools available, right? But you need to know which core technique you need to implement. And the most important thing, you need to know what type of problem or what type of solution you are trying to find. So your journey start with what type of solution you are finding, then you will be using what technique you will be used. So then you will have clarity what technique you will use, right? And after that, you will understand what modern toolkit we want, right? So this was all about data, big data and data analytics. Now consider situations. Let's say that you have understood all these things, but now we'll be specifically focusing on how do we convert our raw data into a goal. That means how do we get a kind of bunch of data, and how we can convert to or how we can leverage this data mining to do the task, right? So again, what is data in general? It's a simple fact, it's a figure, images, number, text, and it's noise. Because right now, if you are storing the data, but if you are not storing the data in a manageable way, it looks like a noise to you, right? And what is data mining then? Data mining is process of discovering the meaningful pattern in a data. So that means you have the jargon of data, and now you want to use now you will utilize this data mining, which will help you to make a real sense of the data, right? And this is also called knowledge discovery from the data. So it's like we have the data and we want to use the data mining to get to the or to achieve the specific type of task, right? So what are the blueprint we have to get the or to do this knowledge discovery? First is we will collect the data. So our first task is we will collect the data, then we process it, then we apply the multiple technique that we have discussed, then we evaluate the patterns, like what is there in the data, and then we convert that data into a significant or into a kind of insightful way. That is called deployment, right? So For the data miner also, we have the multiple tools. So let's say that if you'll be specifically focusing about the data mining, we have the multiple tool for that. For the different type of problem, we have the different kind of tool. And these techniques are mostly comes under the machine learning techniques. One of the technique is classifications, which help you to group out the data. So if you already have the group in the data and then you have the new examples comes up and then you want to group those data as well, for that we can use the classifications. Let's say that you have the huge pile of data and then you want to segment all those data, you want to kind of make a group of those data, then we have the clustering technique. And now let's say that if you want to find the relationship between the data, for that we use the association technique. And if you want to find a specific like a future value, then that comes under the predictions, right? We will talk about each one of those. So for grouping the data, we have a two technique. One is classification, other one is clustering. So what happens with the classification? If the group is already discovered, you know that this data belong to this group or this specific data belong to this group, then you can use the classification technique, right? So it help you to build a models. Model means to build a such kind of functions, right? Which can sort your new data in a predefined known group, right? And one of the example that we can use is we have this intrusion detection systems, right? Now this kind of systems can classify the network traffic, whether this network traffic is normal or suspicious. Again, many websites we have, right? So maybe we can kind of understand what kind of traffic comes to this specific website, whether this traffic is genuine or not, right? And the other technique we have is clustering, which help you to discover new group in your data. You just have a huge amount of data, huge pile of data, and then you want to segregate, kind of segregate those data. We can use the clustering technique using that, right? And one main purpose we have is to group the unknown data, right, from a huge pile of data. And one of the analysis and one of the example that could be we can, so again a bank can analyze the transactions, and inside the transaction data it can kind of understand whether these groups are the royal groups or not. Can we give enough services or more extra services to this group or not? And that is totally based on how much they are transacting, right? So it's like we analyze the data and then we target a specific group of peoples, right? Now, the other technique we have is finding the connection and forecasting the value. What is finding connections? Again, so here is one example that I would like to tell you. Let's say that you have visited a shopping market. Let's say that you have visited a D Mart or any other such kind of shopping center, right? You will see that a specific product is being placed in at a specific places, right? Now why is that so? Why all the baby product, or you might see that when you go to the billing counter, you will see that we have chocolates and other kind of stuff which can attract the kid. Why they are keeping over there? They are keeping over there because it has been discovered that if the kid is there with you for the shopping center, right? If they see the basically actually at the transaction time, people stay over there for at least 4 to 5 minutes, right? And because of that, right, they know that if the kids will see a specific type of chocolate for 5 minutes, he will likely to buy it. And because of that reason, it is there. You might be seeing that there are multiple counters we have, but most of the counters are closed, right? Let's say that only 50 counters are open. They can open all the counter, but why they have opened only 50% of the counter? Because they want the customer to stay at the counter for at least 2 to 3 minutes, right? And all this analysis is possible because of association algorithms. right? We can do these kind of things, right? We can understand if a customer is buying a specific type of product, he or she is likely to buy a specific type of product as well, right? Let me give you another example. It was discovered by the Walmart that a person's not a person, it's a specifically it was a mother, right, female. If they are going to buy a kind of, let's say that I do not remember the other product, right, but if they are kind of buying, yes, if they are buying a beauty product, right, and mostly if the age of that mother is around certain range, those mother or those female is also likely to buy the diaper. Can you see that? A person who is buying a beauty product is likely to buy a diaper because these kind of analysis they have found, and they have grown their sales, right, to a lot extent, right? That is a power of association and all these finding relationships. Now let's come towards the predictions. What is predictions? Basically, we likely to predict what will be the sale in the next year, right? And that can be possible. We do not have done the businesses in the next year because that is the future, but we can uncover the future value using the prediction technique, right? So these are the few technique we have to do the data analysis and to do the, basically these are the few technique mostly comes under the data mining. Now we'll see data mining in action. So now we'll see some industry, how industry have used the data mining to solve their problems. Now consider a challenge. We want to, you are a finance organizations, and one of the big challenge you have is identify and block the fraud transactions in the real time, right? And you can achieve this kind of solution using anomaly detections. What is anomaly detection? It's a type of machine learning algorithm which comes under the data mining, right? So basically, any transaction which is different than the normal transactions, that is called anomaly, right? Let's say that, like as an example, let's say that if a person who is earning 30 to 40,000 in a range for a 2 month, not 2 month, let's say that for 2 years, and suddenly if a transaction happen of 10 lakh to that person account, so it will look as an anomaly, it will look as suspicious, so bank will call you, or maybe they will try to freeze that transaction because that looks like an anomaly, this transactions, okay. And why a finance company will do that? They will do that because they can maintain the loyal customer, right? They can reduce the financial loss, they can enhance the security. We use the lot of things, right, to kind of retain the customers. Let's say that this is from the insurance company, and what are the big challenge for this insurance company we have? So one of the big challenge is we want to market a new loan, right, to avoid kind of any wasted resources. That means, let's say that let's say that we want to analyze highly interested customer, right, that can buy a loan to us, that can buy a loan from us. Now that technique is possible using this anomaly, not anomaly, but I would say that using clustering analysis, right? We can use this clustering analysis to find this kind of transaction or to find this kind of uh, customers, right? So many industries using multiple way, right, to maintain or retain their customer, and all these techniques comes under data analysis or data mining, right? Now we have the another industry called retail and e-commerce. Now how a retail can use, basically retail industry, again I have just given you the example, right? This technique is called market basket analysis, right? So basically they just want to understand which product is being bought frequently so that they can market to that product more, and we use this association technique, right? And one of such example is, let's say that when you go to buy a milk, there you will see on the counter we have a bread over there. Now you know that I do not buy bread, but there are most of the people who is likely to buy bread with the milk. Now these two product is bought together, and because of that those product is kept over there, right? And this industry analyze these things, right? Industry know where to keep this specific type of product, so customer is likely to buy. Buying a bread is not an essential thing, it's a choice, right? We can kind of use like specifically in India, right? We can skip the bread, right? We can have the other food along with the milk. But why we always buy bread? Because that is visible to us, right? And these industry actually they know how to kind of how to market their product, how to sell their product, where to put their product, right? And with the help of this, industry can do the smart promotions, right? They can improve the store layout. I have just given you this example, right? A specific type of product is kept at a specific location, and there is a reason for that. You cannot keep any product to at any locations, right? Now let's use the example from the e-commerce, right? Again, in the e-commerce, right? So let's say that you wanted to buy a phone. You have put your phone into the basket, right? Now what happens is, right? Once we put a phone in the basket, you will see that they will show you to buy a kind of phone cover. They will show you to buy your earphone. They will show you to buy the other stuff, maybe charger, right? Why is that happening? Because they know if a person is likely to buy this product, right? So because it is a new phone, there is likely like those person is also will buy this specific type of product as well. That comes. So basically now a organization is selling their product or marketing at a personalized level, right? Makes sense, everyone? Do we have any query? Hello, do we have any query? Yes, no?
No, sir. It's understandable.
Okay, great. Do anyone want to discuss anything? Yes, no? No? Okay. Now let's get going. Now we'll use another industry, tech, telecom, and entertainment. Now what happened? Now again, this is a real case studies, right? So we'll be discussing, right? We have this Waze company, and then we have this Wix. Both are using this like these kind of tools at a very extensive rate, right? Now, what had happened with the Waze is few years ago, basically this company is similar to kind of Amazon, not that much big, right? So it's a small online store, right? Again, not very small, but it's a medium, right? Now, what had happened is one time, right? They what happened is uh, accidentally or like no one have detected this, so the price of the product on that online store has been a sudden decreased, right? So let's say that the product was is likely to be sold at 1000, now it is being sold at 100, right? And this has happened with every product. So basically it was kind of an attack on that website, right? But that glitch happened, right? And because of that, this entire website has faced downtime. And why is that happen? Because of that glitch, because this rumor came and the many people have started shopping on that website, and because millions of user has started accessing those website in just one go at one time, and because of that, right, this entire platform got crashed, right? So this kind of events is called anomaly detections, right? You can solve this event because of the anomaly detections, right? We could have, so basically this organization could have monitored, right, millions of transactions, or like millions of login and these kind of stuff. It could have kind of monitored these performance matrices of their website, right? And because of that, they could have taken a proactive decisions. But this has not happened, and this thing, again, this Wix is using this kind of stuff as well, right? Now let's talk about now let's talk towards this Netflix. We all know about Netflix, right? It gives you personalized entertainment, and Netflix is kind of way ahead than any other platform, even more ahead than this Amazon Prime, or like other social, like other website as well, right? So how these organization uses this AI? Basically, these organizations uses this data mining to keep the user engaged and be a more, or like do a more subscribing to their kind of Netflix platforms, right? And actually they know which content is highly in the market, right? And I will tell you one example, right? This has happened with me, and it is not very long ago. It is just, I guess, 4 to 5 days ago. What has happened is I wanted to saw a movie, but that movie, again, everyone know about Kantara, right? This new one, right? I wanted to show again, right? But what happened is I found even Amazon, even other platform, that movie was not present in the Hindi. I wanted to watch it. So what I saw is this Netflix had the optimized version of Hindi, and that movie was present. So that kept me to pay 199 rupees, and because of that movie, I kind of enrolled to the Netflix. I do not always watch movie, but you see that, right? These platform uses this market data, and they know what type of content people will watch. They exactly knew that there are more people who is going to watch the same content in a different language, and they built it and they sold it, right? So again, this is how this personalized entertainment is booming, right? So people kind of analyze the habit of a person. Basically, these industry know how many users are there who is trying to figure it out the same content in a different language. They have figured it out, and because of that, they have kind of earned a lot, right? So these platform uses kind of basically uses this data mining thing to kind of improve this user retention, reduce the churns, right? And basically they can make a specific decision based on this data mining technique, right? Again, one other solutions we have is we can, this education platform can also take decision based on that, right? Education platform, let's say that as an educator, right? So educator kind of predict whether the student is engaging to the specific content or not, right? It can predict what is the performance of the student, right? And of course this also will be benefited for the learner. So learner will basically try to understand, right? Whether, like, whether it is kind of like in what kind of content, right? This the student is facing an issue, right? So so basically there are a lot of area, right, where this machine learning, data mining, data analysis, all these things is booming, right? So we had a common problems, and for different industry we had the same solutions. Like for finance, we use fraud detection. For retail and e-com, we use the customer behavior. For telecom, we improved our system. For entertainment, we deal with the problem of this user retention and content personalizations. For educations, we try to understand the learning patterns, and so lot of performance matrices we kind of measure, right? And for all this, we use this same data mining, machine learning, all this data analytics tools, right? All these tools help us to kind of solve lot of industrial problems, right? So now we know how different industry have used data, right? Have used data mining technique, have used I would say that this uh, lot of this they have used machine learning, and they have increased their revenue. But now, what are the different modern data architecture we have, right? How does this, from where this data is coming from, right? How this data is being stored? We knew about the database, but before coming to the database, we have this data has to go from the several steps, a several a kind of data storage it has to go from. We'll talk about that. So the question is where our data lives in, right? And for that, we have a three specific storage system. One is data lake, other one is data warehouse, and the next one is data mart. Now, what is data lake? Basically, it's a type of storage where we do not look at the data, we do not try to kind of touch or change anything on the data. We just take the data uh, and dump each data in there. That is what the data lake is. It's a so it's a I'll say that it's a lake of massive amount of data, right? Now, what is data warehouse? So basically, data warehouse is more of like a library where we kind of take the data from the data lake, we do some manipulation on that, and we store each type of data into a specific management way. And then we have the data mart. What is data mart? So data mart is all about, consider that for a specific group of persons, right? Let's say that we want to know, or we want to kind of get a sales data, and sales data for a specific type of product. For that, we'll create a data mart. So basically, it is a specialized kind of center, right, where we keep only specific type of data. So we have these three type of data storage systems, right? Again, in the so data lake is just like a reservoir, right, where we just keep raw data as it is, right? We do not change or manipulate, or we do not even change the structure of the data. We just take it and put it over there, right? So what is the benefit of such reservoir, or like such kind of data, this databases? So one of the benefit we have is we can store any type of data. We don't know how this data will be benefited in the future, but we take it and store it. It is cost effective, right? And this data can be used to build a many powerful system, like you are talking about Gemini, you are talking about ChatGPT. All this system is powered by data. All this system is learned through the data, and those algorithm has taken massive advantages of this data lake. But it also has a risk. Risk means it can be behave like a data swamp. That means you have stored the data, but if you do not govern it, if you do not organize it, what data is where it is kept, right? So it will be a data lake, but it will be of no use, because you also want to organize all the images, you also want to organize all the text, you also want to organize all the tables, right? That is what the data lake is. Now, what is data warehouse? So data warehouse, you can think of as it's an organized library, right? And it can gives a boost to the businesses. So basically what we do is we take the as it is data from the data lake, and we do the ETL. What is ETL? Basically, we extract the data, we transform it, and then we load the data into a different kind of a warehouse, right? That is data warehouse. So basically, it's like I would say that the benefit of this kind of data will be you will have organized data, but you will have organized data for let's say that you will kind of store all the sales related data in somewhere else. You will kind of store the kind of finance data somewhere else, right? You will kind of store this digital marketing data somewhere else, right? All the data is there, but it is in more organized form, right? Now that kind of data, that kind of databases is called data warehouse, right? Now, what is Data Mart then? So Data Mart is more of like a personalized. It's like, let's say that I want a sales data. So I will go to the data warehouse and I will only extract all, like I will only go to the sales data and I will extract only specific type of data which is related to me, which is related to my businesses, and store it somewhere. That is called a data mart. It's a specialized database. It is much smaller, right? And yeah, so it is kind of, let's say that, so what is the primary purpose of this kind of data we have? So the primary purpose is basically we are giving the same data to the specific group of people, and that group of people can easily access the data, right, without doing any jargon step, without doing any extra step. So it's a very fast, it's a very quick, right, and it's a very easily accessible, right? So data mart is more of like storing the specialized data for a specific purpose. That is the difference between data warehouse, data mart, and data lake, right? So again, now we have discussed about data lake, data warehouse, and data mart. This is just a summary of that, right? But consider that, right, here. So the typical, who is the typical user of the data lake? So data scientist, data engineer, developer, all these will be interacting with the data lake. And let's say that you have a business and you want a specific type of data, or you want a data, all the data for a specific group of people, then you need to create a data warehouse, right, where you can utilize multiple form of data to build or to do the data analysis. And let's say that if you just want to focus on a specific type of problems, right, so your data size will be much more shorter, so you want to create a data mart, right? Again, this data lake is kind of a lot more cost effective. Data warehouse is much kind of basically you have to pay more, right? And data mart is also moderate kind of cost it will take because the size is very low, right? Again, so this is the clear schema we have. We have a different source of data. We put the data to the data lake, and from the data lake, we do some transformations, and then we kind of push all the data to the warehouse, and from the warehouse, we create a multiple data mart, right? Which is a specific type of data for the specific purpose. This is a clear walkthrough, right? Like this is how our data has to go through, right? After this, we'll kind of push our data to the different databases and like other things, right? And like then you can kind of do this data mining and all those stuff, right? Now again, so we have a very less time. We only have 10 minutes. So we have a simple case studies, right? For the from the medical industry. We'll kind of quickly go through that. We'll kind of understand how this like how this one industry or can be utilized, right? Using this data lake and data warehouse and the data mart thing, right? So again, consider that. So what happens nowadays? Nowadays, basically we have this health information systems, right, which collect a different type of data. So again, it collect the different kind of health related data. Again, we usually, you can also see that we have the watches, right, we have the gadgets, right? These are also kind of like a kind of gives you the health related data. But consider that we are specifically focusing on the hospitals, right? They can store or they create a massive amount of data, right? We have the data in the different format, like the files, we have the unstructured documents, right? So what we do, we also do not have the multiple format of the data. Like some data could be a scanned document, some data could be a bills, right? So the format is not specified, right? And we also do not have access to all the data because those data is kind of private. So basically, so the analogy is we have a different kind of data, right? What we can do, we can push or keep all the data into the data lake. So our data lake can become a centralized space, right? What it does, basically it helps you to keep different form of data, right? Again, now what we can do is after storing these data, what we can do, we can create a data warehouse. So basically, so the main task is getting all the form of medical data, right, transforming the data, right, into a some format, right, and then so some format means it can be transformed into a I'll say that into a usable format, right? And then we can store that data to the data warehouse, right? And then once we store the data into the data warehouse, right, now we can convert those data as a data mart. Let's say that we can convert that data. Maybe we, let's say that we want to kind of let's say that some of the, like some group of doctor who want to do research on a cancer, or some group of data who want to, or like some group of scientists who want to do research on a specific type of disease. So basically we can take that data warehouse and convert into a data mart for a different kind of purposes, and then we can send that information to those groups. So this is the one usage we have, right, where we can use these things, right, into the health industry. Again, this is not being done right now, but sooner or later, I would say that sooner or later, right, so the most of the industry will be targeting to this health industry only, right? Because now it's a time that we want more personalized care, right? Just like more personalized content, right? And yeah, so this is it, right? So I think we have discussed all these things, right? So yeah, so do we have any query, all of you? This is the end of the slides. Let's go with the questions. Yes, any questions, please? Yes,
Hello.
no? Yes, Pooja.
So you talked about the scalable data.
Mhm.
So exactly means the scalable data?
Scalable data means, so that can be scaled. So again, actually it's not scalable data, it's a scalable databases, right? So it's like, let's say that uh, we have stored our, let's say that, think about our computer, right? So we have a storage of 500 GB, but now can we extend this can we extend this storage of our system or not? So attaching a SSD is like a one-stop solution. So that is like we are scaling our storage. That is what the scalable data storage is. So Hadoop is one such system. Make sense,
Okay, sir.
Pooja? Yes. Any more questions we have? Hello, all of you. Yes, no? Okay. Now, I just want to ask, right? So first, okay, you do not have to say anything. Just give me reaction with the thumbs up or something like that. Did you like this content, or did you enjoyed this whatever we have discussed or not? Yes, no. Everyone, please give me thumbs up. Please say even in the chat, right? Give okay, thumbs up, something like that if you liked it. Please. Smith. Great. Smita says yes. Thumbs up. How about others? Yes. Suresh, Varun. Great. How about others? How about others? Everyone, please interact. Okay. Smita says yes. Great. That's it. Okay. Pooja says yes. How about others? Yes, Rajeshwari, Vinayak, Neeraj, Smita, yes, Anisha, yes, Santi, Ravitha. How about others? Yes, Ankita, Satish. Please give feedback, all of you. Manish, Ajay, Vivek. Okay, great. I think this is it. Yes, Kamna, you can go ahead. We have 4 more minutes.
Yes, yes, yes. So we have 4 more minutes, and
Yeah.
thank you for the session. And I wanted to just ask you that is the, so I sent you the content also, which is there for the assessment. So do you think that with the responses that you got from all the faculty members, do you think that they will be able to get 70%? Because what is happening is that some of the faculty members who have taken the assessment previously, they have not been able to score 70%. So then their ATL certificate is not getting generated. So we really want that the faculty members should be enabled to answer most of the questions so that they get at least 70%, because that is the limit which ATL AICTE Training and Learning Academy has set.
Okay.
So that's something that I wanted to bring to your attention and also the attention of all the faculty members. Now I'll just take this time. If you can just stay with us for another 4 minutes, Raj, and I wanted to take the faculty members to the platform to show them how they can take the assessment. So I'm just going to show them that. I'm just sharing my screen. So faculty members, some of you were asking how we are going to take the assessment. So you can stop sharing so that I can share.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the platform. I hope my screen is visible. This is the Future Skills Prime platform. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you just
Yeah.
log into this and create an account. Now my account is already created. I have to give my details like I'm a professional or I'm a faculty member. And then you will see all these tabs here: learning, certifications, government incentives. So you go to groups. All of you have to go to groups. When you go to groups, you will see this group: AICTE Atal Online FDP DAF STEM. So you visit this group: AICTE Atal Online FDP DAF STEM participants. This is the group to which all of you have been added. Okay. So here you see there are two courses. Uh, both are good courses. You can choose to take this is the course that we are teaching you in this cohort: Digital Application Fundamental or DAF STEM, which is being taught by the trainers to you. Okay, so this is the course. If you want, you can complete this course to get knowledge about all the topics, so that when you take this assessment, over here it's written very clearly that this is the assessment that you need to take. Okay, this you can take only once. So please make sure that when you attempt it, your camera, audio, everything is on, because it is online proctored. Okay. So just make sure that the light doesn't go out. You are connected in a good network area. You have to take this assessment in one sitting. Because if you start taking this assessment and you leave it in the middle, that score will be counted as your final score, and we will not be able to provide you this assessment again. Only for this time, this assessment is provided free of cost to you. Otherwise, this assessment is for 600 rupees. But especially for this group, we have provided this assessment absolutely free of cost. So I would suggest that you Yeah, so I'll suggest that you complete this course, at least digital application fundamentals. Otherwise, if you are paying attention in class, you should be able to take the assessment. So that's all I have to say. I'll say I'll just stop sharing now. So that's the process for the assessment. And with that, I'll thank you again, Raj, for taking this session on big
Yeah,
data.
okay.
And hopefully we'll have you back, because the other sessions now will be in 2026, January and February. We'll be having more sessions on the same topic.
Mhm.
So the faculty members, you can also, your colleagues can also join in those sessions. And if you want to give this course to your students, please get in touch with me. I'll be happy to uh, provide access to the course to the students, though the assessment has to be paid even for the students. So thank you. Thank you so much, Raj. I think our
Okay,
next
okay,
trainer
thank you.
is here. Srijit, if you're here, you can switch on your camera.
Yes, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Kamna.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Srijit. It's so nice to have you with us today. And just to introduce, Srijit is the Chief Strategy Officer for Foresight Foundation. And he has been taking some very engaging and incredible sessions, giving a lot of information and knowledge to all the faculty members in our previous batches. And this session will be especially useful because it will be more on your soft skills. So, without wasting any time, I'll hand it over to you, Srijit. Please take it forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Kamna. And good evening, everyone. So, we have been having a lot of sessions. Most have been technical, focused on AI. So, this time, apart from the technical aspects, as Kamna suggested, we are focusing more on the problem solving part. Yet, technology is something that has added on or come up as a solution to many of the planning related initiatives, or what exactly to do while we are focusing on a problem solving aspect. Those are some aspects where technology still is able to aid better than what has been the practice previously. However, the foundations, what exactly has been the various models, those are of very much interest. I'll start sharing with you on those aspects. Yet I'll also share how technology can help us with those specific aspects. There are a lot of tools, a lot of softwares are available now. So let me share my screen first. Yeah. So I hope this would be visible to everyone. So let's
Yes,
say
sir.
this is the technology-driven problem-solving toolkit that we have, and how we can innovate, how we can solve problems. So I'll first start with, why do we need a systematic approach to problem solving? So mostly how things have been, or the say the go-to culture always has been the reactive fixes that we always face, like without planning, or suddenly something comes up. And mostly because the planning also needs to be at various levels, specifically when the ecosystem is not focusing on that entire problem solving model being present at various levels. What happens, or what you might be facing normally, is that most of us would be focusing on the reactive fixes. And here, a technology enabled toolkit is something that will help you towards problem solving, being proactive, getting sustainable solutions. Um, Especially these days, what is happening is that the reactive fixes, or why we need a lot of problem solving related initiatives, is the curricula is changing at a rapid rate, and we need to design or keep updating the curricula, how to focus on those aspects, navigating complex interdisciplinary research grants and projects, improving student engagement, retention, and learning outcomes, streamlining and optimizing departments and institutional processes. All these are specific aspects for which there are certain challenges. Something comes up, and then what exactly to do, what to plan. Those are the aspects that most of us would have been struggling with. So now the problem solving, how it matters for faculty. Let's focus on that. Say enhancing teaching quality. Say the problem faculty which applies for who apply problem solving approaches, design clearer lessons, and anticipate student challenges. They are more engaging. They are bound to result in more engaging experiences for students. So clear lessons, engaging experiences, even when the entire course is emerging, lot of say uh, cases like NEP related integrations happening at the last moment, what to do, how to do, leads to certain challenges and how to come up with a problem solving model. Building adaptability in changing academic environment. That is also something where effective proactive responses involving with technology can be looked at. Encouraging evidence-based decision making. That's another aspect. Say whenever uh, a use case can be, you need to introduce something new to the curriculum. So will the curriculum A work or the B model work? Better to have it live in two different classrooms and uh, looking at the receptivity of the students, you can take the decision. So those evidence-based decision making is something that you can lead to improved outcomes. Strengthening student outcomes is another aspect where critical thinking, independence, and industry readiness can be focus. At the same time, reducing institutional inefficiencies, where improved coordination and streamlined tasks amongst the stakeholders at the institutional level can be your focus. So one line of essence here is faculty with strong problem solving skills don't just teach better, they build better learning environments, better students, and better institutions. So that being said, this is the why aspect that I always try to focus upon. Next, there are various problem solving models that I would like to discuss. So it's let's start with the basics. Whenever the model, say when we talk about various aspects, first it starts with root cause analysis. So why the problem exists, what can be done. So it needs a lot of focusing on underlying the identifying the underlying causes, that is not just visible symptoms. So, 5 why is a method that we would be focusing in this particular session. At the same time, something like fishbone 5 whys is asking why till you get to the underlying uh, problem. Fishbone diagram is where you can look at various stakeholders or potential causes that comes from involvement of various stakeholders in that particular problem. So insights, while we focus on root cause analysis, is solving symptoms, create temporary relief. Solving root causes prevents the problems from returning. So that's why the root cause analysis or identifying why exactly the problem exists, going to the depth of it. So once we do that, we also need to, as a model, look at um, how we are coming up with a solution. So structured problem solving or ad hoc fixes. So sometimes, and a combination of both, I understand it's very much necessary. Say the last moment, 5 minutes to go for a particular aspect that you have prepared for, last minute something happens, you need a quick fix. But even those aspects, if we look at what kind of challenges can come over the last moment, if we plan better, we have certain structured methods, it becomes uh, better. It reduces the errors and improves the consistency. So once we focus on device, defining what exactly it is, measuring, analyzing, improving, and then controlling what can happen and how to fix those aspects. Quick reactions as well sometimes are good enough, but mostly it leads to unpredictable results. Risks of errors also increases. So the structured approach is something that we need to look at while we focus on a problem. Another aspect to look at is prioritizing and evaluation of solutions. And here we need to understand that lot of solutions exist to the same problem. Say within the campus, the classrooms heating up, there can be a solution of bringing in more ACs or temperature control. The other can be making the campus greener so that the overall temperature reduces. Both are solutions to the same problem, but every solution must be checked for the feasibility, the impact, the cost, and risk. And accordingly, a decision needs to be taken. So, not all solutions are equal. The right choices save efforts and resources. Also, to look at is that while we look at problem solving method, the continuous improvement mindset, that whatever we are doing, um, just keep on cycling over what kind of problems come up, what is the solution, monitoring and reviewing. So those will help take our program to the next level. The quality of the work increases, and that's why the continuous improvement mindset is something that we look at. So these are the key aspects of problem solving model that any model you will see. So first of all, I'll take you through the um, core framework, that is the PDCA cycle of continuous improvement that I would like to take you through in this session. PDCA, or Plan, Do, Check, Act. It's also known as a Deming or Sheward cycle, and it's a simple but powerful four-stage iterative model. By iterative, it means each cycle we refine what exactly we are doing. Each cycle we solve the problem bit by bit, review it, and every time we complete a cycle, it gets better. So these kind of models, it prevents impulsive changes by ensuring a systematic and diligent approach. So four aspects within this is, first is plan. So by planning, it's about identifying the core problem, whatever it is, identifying what exactly is it that you are facing a challenge with. Now, this particular model, although at a professional level we are using, this is something universal, can be taken up wherever a challenge exists or a problem exists. Identifying the core problems, then setting the measurable goals and formulating a hypothesis for the improvement. So this stage answers what and why. What exactly is it that we want to solve, and why do we want to solve it? Say, again, going to the example of campuses heating up during summers. So that's the problem, and why we want to solve, because that directly or indirectly might be affecting the efficiency of the faculty. At the same time, the learning ecosystem or the environment of the student, that would be getting affected. So we plan what exactly is that we want to solve and why. So once we do that, then comes the do stage, where we implement the plan on a small controlled scale. We execute, experiment, and test the hypothesis. So do phase here, the same example can be when we are looking at what exactly are the models that we want to implement. Say, measure, identify what exactly how much the cost it is that will take for making the campuses greener, how much time it will take, what is the year in which we would be seeing the output, and what is the is it requiring an immediate problem solution, or is it something that at a shorter level we will look at cooling temperature solutions, and at the longer level, longer term, we also look at making the campuses greener. A mix of both can be taken up. So what exactly needs to be done, those are the aspects where which we would be looking at when the implementation plan comes up. So once we do that, we check, we analyze the results. Same example, it can be we identify that okay, this immediate solution high on cost, and there would be recurring expenses. The long-term solution will take a bit of time, but that won't take a recurring solution, recurring expenses on that level. At the same time, it will come with multiple other perks like cleaner environment, better optics, better ecosystem where students can have a learning experience. So those are the aspects that you need to check, analyze, and eventually you need to act. Acting is standardize the successful solutions to establish a new baseline. If the experiment failed, pivot with the new knowledge and then start again. So if say both solutions don't seem to be feasible, you can look at what exactly is the next best option available. Is it that changing the time of the uh, classrooms, like making it the most hottest of the times might be something between 12 to 3. So instead of having your classes at those times, can we have the sessions in two batches, one in the morning and one in the evening? Something like that. So then again, you look at how to plan for this, what to do, how to analyze, and how to act. So once you go with the iterative model, what happens is that eventually you will come up with a better solution that fits your budget and expectations, whatever it is. So that is the PDCA cycle, and this is a versatile framework. And there are examples where global industry to academic departments, everybody has been using this. I'll give you best to understand the PDCA cycle. Let's look at some experiments or some case studies that will help you understand the system better. So one of the most prominent of these example comes from Toyota, and the Kaizen culture that it is based on. That is something that somebody at Toyota itself came up. So what exactly is Kaizen? It is a Japanese business philosophy. It means change for better or continuous improvement. The basic idea here is that can we look at improving ourselves on a day-to-day basis? Each day, can we just work on one small aspect and make our overall life better than what it was one day before? So that is the basic philosophy of Kaizen. So what say everyone being a problem solver, that is something that Toyota team senior management believed at that particular time. So the culture in Toyota and the inefficiencies in the environment. So basic what they did is that they tried to include the employees itself to identify what kind of challenges they were having and suggest how to come up with the solutions towards the inefficiencies, identifying inefficiencies and improving towards it. So Toyota incentivized these models, and while it kept on incentivizing, it also designed the ways to improve these challenges. And with these repetitive cycles, the program delivered better. Again, the core tools of Kaizen: plan, where the identifying of a problem happened; then do stage, where they implemented and tested these suggestions that came from the employees on a small scale. They reviewed and then they acted it by making it to a bigger level. And this is how the model exactly worked. And the 5 why techniques is something that is very much part of it. I'll take you through the details later, but this is something that was developed by Toyota's founder. And this method is where why we ask for a questions answer again and again, at least 5 times, and it leads us to a deeper understanding of what is the root cause analysis of this particular problem. So I'll also share something that Nike did. It used lean methods, again PDCA, to improve the factory working conditions. So there was this one time when Nike was again and again being criticized for the labor practices, where again and again it was criticized for providing low wages in its factories. At the same time, what Nike did is that it focused on embracing the culture of continuous improvement. They incentivized the factory workers and used the scoring system to assess the improving working conditions. So by doing that again and again, they eventually came up with a model that works best, kept employees happy, their opinions were heard about, and accordingly, large scale iterations were made. Eventually, that led to doubling the company size. with profits ranging from $100 billion in 2015 to all the way to $200 billion by 2021. So again, it was based on the PDCA model only. Something similar is something that Mayo Clinic also adopted. So the problem with Mayo Clinic was that they observed whenever there was a need for a cochlear implant fitting, normally it took around 7.5 hours for a patient to go through the entire experience. Long waiting time was something that was identified, and the goal was enhance patients' access and eliminate obstacles using Kaizen principles. So again and again, they looked at how treatment can be refined, optimizing specific treatment procedures, looking at how much time it takes, suggesting some alternative model, um, getting it tested at one or two patient level, looking at if there was a efficiency increase in terms of reduced time, and if it was happening like that, then they would include that as the standard operating procedure. So managing patient records, how to be more efficient in the digital record keeping, how that digital record keeping, if say one data is to be recorded at one level, can it automatically be updated real time using technology at the next level, so that everybody at each level don't have to go through the same process of understanding what the patient's name and details are. So such patient record real-time systems were introduced. Reducing waiting times was something that they looked at. So and they kept on doing this, and eventually that led to the 7.5 hours time being reduced to 3 hours. So that's again an example of how the PDCA, keeping on repeating the particular cycle and improving yourself, led to. So these are some examples within the industry. However, this can be looked at in academia as well. Say one scenario can be declining student success rates in a core engineering course. So previously it was students used to succeed at a decent level, and it is now coming down. So here, something at the plan level can be identify the potential cause. Say, is it because of an outdated lab that you have? Is it something related to the teaching methodologies? So do you need a new blended learning module? Do you need a interactive simulations as a solution? Those are the aspects that you need to understand. Once you do, you can pilot the new modules with one section of the course for one semester. Once you do that, you can also then check whether the pilot section's exam scores, so they get better or not. And according to the data that comes in, you can look at if this can be adopted as a standard operating process, or you need to go through the cycle again and again, and that leads to the better number of, say, much more success rate, improving success rate. So those are the aspects that you can look at. So here I'll say, while there are many tools available, I would just like to take you hands-on with how you can use ChatGPT itself to identify a problem for yourself, whatever the problem that you have, and come up with a model, or somebody suggesting to you as per PDCA model what exactly you can look at. So
Yeah, I'll
yeah.
just interrupt here. So Srijit, in the previous sessions, the faculty have been answering questions and all, and giving their
Okay.
ideas also. So I'll request the faculty members to switch on their cameras and then engage, because that gives a boost to the trainers. So do switch on your cameras and unmute yourself and engage and interact. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks much needed, Kamna. So let me know if you have certain queries at this particular level. And yeah, moving forward. So how many of you would have already been engaged with something like a problem solving model, or did somebody uh, have an experience where they have planned, executed, checked, and acted on the data to improve something. So if somebody has a case study to share, they can share it. I'll use the same example, or say somebody, if somebody can mention a kind of specific kind of problem, we can look at how the PDCA tool can be used to come up with a solution, or as a guide that will help you. Anybody can share if you have.
Sir, if we can check that why students are not taking the any course, we can that why they the course is admission is declining in that particular course. Any example you can take, sir?
Great, great. Yeah, I'll do that. So you can use this chat GPT itself to say that I would like to analyze X solve problem, that is reduce number of students in one specific course, and ChatGPT will respond. However, within ChatGPT, the previously we have mentioned that ChatGPT 1 is one particular subscription that is available for everyone for free. You take it, then there are, apart from the direct interactions that you can have, there are multiple existing GPTs. You can just go to the explore button and search for PDCA cycle. So plan, do, check, or act. So this cycle, there is an existing tool within ChatGPT which will help you with this. Here you can just get started, and it will just explain. It will ask you first of all which industry or department you want to focus. So instead, I'll say I can just answer these things and come up with a model, or I can just directly state what my problem is. So here I can say ki I am a faculty. My admissions in can somebody suggest where genuinely the admissions are going low by the year? Let's see what a real problem solving can model can look like. I think now the admissions are reducing in mechanical department, I believe.
Yes, we
I'll
can.
just, yeah. So my admissions in mechanical departments are reducing every year by 20%. Help me. So I'll just mention the problem here. So now it says plan phase. What exactly to do? So understand why the admissions are dropping and root cause. So it is also gathering some of the wisdom that it can gather, at the same time suggesting you, is it one of the problems? You can take a look. If something apart from this, you can just mention. So it is saying that enrollment trends, it just would like to see the enrollment trends over the past 5 years. Feedback from students who chose other branches. Market demand and job trends. So once now we understand what exactly to look for to identify at the planning stage. Then we can also look at stakeholder interviews. So talk to faculty, current students, alumni, so that they will say the aspiration level of an alumni or the career focus 5 years back, the career focus as of now, and what has changed, why it is not aspirational anymore. So when you talk to multiple students from multiple year, you can get a hold of what has happening, what has been happening. So ask what the current perception of mechanical engineering is, what are the fear aspirations. Then go to the market analysis. So curriculum and placement record to competitors. Is it that this is reducing in your own institution only, or is it like it is an industry standard? across. If it is an industry trend, you don't have to worry that much, because overall the industry's demand and supply would be correcting automatically. If that is the case, we can look at it at a different level. Otherwise, industry alignment might be focusing. See here, the examples are given that AI in manufacturing, EV design, that is where the industry trends are focusing on. New courses might be emerging, and the person, instead of mechanical engineering, something like mechatronics in a institution that has come up, a student would be preferring those and not getting admission in the legacy based system course that is available in the institution. That might also be the reason. So at a planning stage, it is suggesting what exactly are the root cause, what exactly you need to plan. So it gives you a roadmap what exactly you can do at the planning stage. Then it suggests at a do or innovative experiment or short term action what exactly can be done. So here it is saying that we can rebrand the program, we can look at industry tie-ups, we can also include student ambassadors. If industry alignment is not a problem, then the awareness that the industry demands exist and how it is being a more lucrative aspect, and new initiatives have come up, and this year you should start taking admissions. So those student ambassadors who can carry on that message, and the institution using storytelling and awareness building should be something that we can look at. And bridge courses where apart from the legacy aspect, multiple electives can be given, so those aspects can be looked at. So once you have the do phase where you decide what exactly needs to be done, then you can look at the check phase. Here it is mentioning what exactly to look at. So student inquiries. So has it been the say assess whether the experience are influencing. So once you look at student inquiries, so has it gained interest with all the student ambassadors social media campaign, or whether the social media traffic has increased on a particular new initiative or a new solution that you have offered. Has the alumni engagements gotten better? Industry collaborations have those increased post your intervention or connect. And perception index, that is general surveys on the aspect of how the particular course with some new innovations that you have brought in is being perceived as something revolutionary or something that still doesn't generate any positive uh, feedbacks. So those aspects can be looked at the check phase. And post checking, if you feel that it is going on a positive side, then you can act upon introducing a new sort of innovation initiative, or talking to, say, connecting with industries, or whatever the solution can be. So it is here, it is mentioning what exactly can be done. So here, either this is a roadmap that I can take in general, or if I feel here that planning root cause can be market analysis. So plan stage point 3 is the cause. Align. If you are at the plan stage itself, know that it's not a general two or three initiatives, but just one aspect that is mentioned, or not even point three. There is a fourth aspect that is not mentioned here. You can mention that aspect. This is the reason, not nothing else, but this is the reason. You can you just look over and rework. So it will just focus on this, and it will deep dive what exactly needs to be done. Competitive benchmarking, industry voice integration, outcome on plan stage, immediate action. So these all aspects, it will in detail look at how to plan for this particular uh, aspect only, where you can compare current curriculum and industry trends first, then perception on research can be done, competitive benchmarking can be done, industry voice integration can be done, outcomes can be set, and then we it is asking, or shall we move to the do phase? Do phase, what exactly can be done accordingly. So now just based on one aspect identified in the plan phase, it moves to the do phase. It will tell you what exactly to do, and then we can move to the check phase and act phase. So this is one way of helping you with setting up the problem. And this problem, instead of being a faculty or institution based problem, it can be something which is key. I want to learn a new skill and I'm not finding time for it because of my busy schedule. What to do? So then it will again help you, guide you, like how you should plan and what exactly is it that you need to do. How you can check and iterate on a daily basis, something will come up, but how you can continuously look at new ways and methods and then act and rework on the entire schedule. It can look at how, say, specific interpersonal skills or communicating with somebody, having a research problem in place and how to look at a solution to it. There are many aspects, many perspectives for which this PDCA cycle will work for you. So this is one example, very quick, and using simple based available technology that you have, you can focus on uh, finding a solution to a problem. And technology always
So
comes through. Yeah.
can you please take example of research, please, one example, as you're saying.
Okay. Let me.
Research publications.
Yeah.
Research means publications, no? You're
Publications. Yeah.
talking about
I want or some particular aspect of research that you are struggling with. So
s- can you please give one demo with this PTC cycle?
yeah, yeah. Say this time, one aspect that you would like to you might be struggling with is I want to research. You just mention a topic on which to research and publish an article on. Can you just give me an example? What?
Um, Augmented reality.
And students' interest in applied learning, something like this. So this is what you want to do. You just mentioned the problem because the PDCA cycle, it's already programmed to come up with the understanding of the concept context. So which department are you in? Why? What specific industry? It will just ask you specific aspects. So let's begin with department and education industry level. So what exactly is the department, education and industry level? Which department are you from?
Computer science.
Computer science. Mention this. And education, I'll just go by to save time, MTech, and but that's it. Just it will, once you what it has asked, so now it understands that what is the background that of yours and what is the skill level that you have. According to your skill level, it will suggest what exactly to plan. So this is the goal that you have, this is the objective that you have. Plan wise, the problem is that MTech students find theory heavy topics disengaging, applied learning improves interest. So this is something that you want to research upon. Literature review, how to look at specific literature reviews, form hypothesis, design research. So then you plan it, then you implement the research, what exactly to do. So it comes up with each section and helps you plan. Now specific aspects you need to plan a bit more. Say help me with literature review. So it will suggest you what to do, what is the plan that you need. So those aspects you can keep on looking at. It will search the web, come back with the uh, type of what exactly to do, theoretical foundations, what to look at. It will also suggest some papers and citations as well, trends. So you can just go through it, and these are the aspects that you need to focus. Search on it a bit more, talk to the model, and it will keep on guiding you. So now you have given them that a problem. Now it understands the context. Use that context. Keep on asking questions, and it will help you plan better. It will also guide you where to look for specific things. So once it is asking you certain questions, then it will also suggest some things at the bottom of the suggestions. Next, what you need your help with. So these are the aspects. Take it on one aspect at a time, and you can have more engaging guidance that will help you to solve a particular problem. So I hope this would be enough. Within the interest of limited time, I'll just move on to the next. But yeah, thanks. I didn't get your name. Thanks for keeping this engaging. Much appreciated.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there any alternative? See, without using ChatGPT, is there any
Hmm.
alternative for doing this PDC?
One is, most effective, I'll always say, is a group. Share ideas within. So a group of 4 or 5 people, mostly coming from the same. If the problem is something that exists within the department, the in-house team should be sitting with this. If it is something that
Okay.
includes multiple stakeholders, all stakeholders should come, because when you focus just on a problem, another aspect of interpersonal communication is that when you sit on with a model, you are all contributing. When you sit with a problem, you start debating. So it's very good that way also, that whenever you have something in which you know that there are multiple departments included, and it might lead to, say, heated debates, better to introduce this cycle and say, let us all contribute towards coming up with a model. So that is something that, so always say, uh, technology, again, AI will eventually help you, but the human intelligence aspect and the interpersonal skills, asking the right kind of people, it will also include, ensure that the ownership among these stakeholders who genuinely need to be part of the solution and act whenever multiple stages are involved, they all have that ownership. Okay, I also contributed, and I should be looking at uh, contributing to the entire cycle. So that would be my suggestion. So moving
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And better, I always say that technology as an enabler, it's very good. Now, even if nobody is helping me, or two of us want to make something better, it is possible for just two of us to do that. You don't need the entire team to be contributing. So that's the best thing. But yeah, the human aspect, and having more people and more brains applied to and working with a model like ChatGPT, that gives you the maximum outcome. So now I'll move to the 5 why technique. So what exactly it is? It is a iterative team-driven interrogation technique. Here, it is used to explore the cause and effect relationships, and eventually leads to the underlying problem. The basis of it, say, the origin has been Toyota, the Sakichi Toyoda, who founded the Toyota Industries. So this was one of his methods, where he always used to ask 5 times the same question. Somebody used to go to them with that particular problem, with any particular problem, always used to ask why multiple times, at least 5 times. The basis is that once the first time that anybody is coming to you with a problem, they are looking at what exactly is happening because of something that is the underlying root cause. So the first time you ask, somebody comes to you, why you are here, this is the problem. So okay, why this problem is occurring? They will suggest because of X cause. And why that cause? It is always because of some deeper cause. And that deeper cause has some underlying cause, which eventually is because of a root cause. So you try this, say, if I may take the liberty, uh, what has been preventing you from working on that research paper? So it might be time. So why the time? Because you need to fit in a lot of things apart from what you are doing. So why that has not been taken up? Because other priorities have always been keeping you engaged. So why has still you not been able to find time? Because the focus on making this a priority has not been something that you have focused on. Why the focus has not been there? It can be because till this stage you have not been thinking about it, but now that you understand that the focus is the problem, you will start acting on it. Something like this. I'll also share some examples. One classic example for 5 model always taken is something related to the Washington Monument. It's a famous monument, and one day somebody found that the monument's stones were deteriorating rapidly. So then the 5 model was used to identify what exactly was the cause. So the first why, people came to know that harsh chemicals were being used to clean it frequently. So now, why were these harsh chemicals being used? It was because excessive pigeon droppings was the reason. So just to avoid pigeons coming there, chemicals were being used, and that those chemicals were leading to the deterioration of the stones. Now, why pigeon droppings were happening? Because pigeons were attracted to the monument to speed on the spiders. So now the problem comes that why spiders were there? The spiders were abundant because they were feeding on swarms of gnats. That is the insect that gets attracted to light. So why? So these insects were getting attracted to the monument's lights, which exactly was turned off at dusk. So dusk is the time that they get most attracted to, and that was eventually leading to this particular issue. So now the simplest solution was turn the lights on 30 minutes after sunset. Do that, then there are no insects, so there are no spiders. There are no spiders, so there are no pigeons, and there are no pigeon droppings. That's why no harsh chemicals are required. Simple as that. So sometimes the underlying cause can be very different from what is perceived. So instead of looking at a organic chemical instead of a harsh chemical, this was the simplest of the solutions that you could come up with. So, and this also gives you an example of why understanding the root cause comes at a comes towards an impactful solution, because you might otherwise be looking at a solution to a problem that is not the actual underlying problem. It can be something like somebody in your office was behaving rude with you. The reason was that the person, while getting traveling, might have experienced something bad because somebody else, another colleague of yours, had a bad day at his family with his family, and the family might have had a bad day because the child at the school was gotten scolded or something. So actually, it's something else, and eventually that leads to some other challenge.
I think that's a
So
very interesting
understand,
example. Very, very interesting.
yeah. So once you understand these aspects, also what happens is that you start to respond better than reacting. So having that mindset of asking or undergoing to the actual problem, so that also helps you better to be receptive and respond instead of reacting to a problem. So now this example, if you look at faculty level, say delayed student project, that is a problem. So instead of just reprimanding a student of why this has happened, why you have not solved this, if you look at a problem, it may appear like the final year capstone project is 2 weeks behind schedule. Why? Because the key simulation results are delayed. There was a computer that was required where the simulations should have been executed, and those results were delayed. Why? Because the required software package kept crashing. You had the hardware, you had the infrastructure, the software was there, but the software kept crashing. So why the software kept crashing? Because the lab's computer hardware had insufficient hard was insufficient to run the simulation. The software requirement was much higher than the actual hardware present in your labs. Why? Because the hardware specifications haven't been updated in 5 years. The software has updated 5 times, 5 versions, new versions have come, but the hardware is still 5 year old. So nobody checked on it until the simulations were required, and once the simulations results were required, it was delayed. So, and why the root cause? There is no formal process for annual review of lab infrastructure. That might be underlying cause. So, and based on evolving curriculum and software need, this needs to be a formal process that should be implemented as an SOP. So instead of just looking at fixes, okay, key simulation results can be use somebody else's, some other institutions hardware, and keep on repeating that semester wise again and again. We can just have a system in place, and it takes care of the checks and balances and ensure that the hardware is always updated. So the countermeasure is create a work intake form and an annual review process for lab resources, so that anything new comes up, it also comes up with the requirement that X software would be required this time, and X requires minimum expectation of the hardware is this, and this, do we have such hardware equipment in our lab or not? If not, can we not have that update, or can we update the hardware? Simple as that. So many such decisions, the five whys in a very simple way can help you with. So that's another example. So before moving to this, I'll share another example of how this 5 model can also, ChatGPT has made life easy for all of us. So you and your colleagues, what you can do is that go explore GPT and look at 5 Finder. This is the tool that you can use. Once you identify the tool, you can start chatting with it. So anybody volunteering to look at a genuine problem that is coming up in your institution, let's see if we can find out a solution. Somebody who can answer 5 times for a particular.
Sir, this is
Okay.
Priya. I will
Yeah,
ask one
yes, Priya.
question.
Yeah.
Sir, actually, students, they are not aware of come for regular classes.
For regular classes.
So what is the solution? How to make them come to college regularly with the proper dress code? This is only question I have to ask.
Okay, so let's see if we can use 5-way technique to identify what exactly is the root cause. Student not coming to students being irregular to classes.
No, sir. Few students are irregular. How to make them to come regular as well as with the proper dress code?
Oh, these are two different problems. Let's see one problem. Let's look at one problem. Uh, shall I take irregular students being irregular?
Yes, sir.
You can just tighten the problem. Similarly, you can look at the other problem, that is students not following the dress code. So it's asking, why are students being irregular to college? So can you describe what you have observed? Your inputs will help guide the next why. So if you have something in mind, you can share here. Would you like to answer this? Why are students being irregular to college? The few students that you mentioned. No worries. So ChatGPT these days knows school, the college ecosystem in India better. So I'll say, can you give me options based on your understanding of AICTE college culture? So I'm asking options to, so possible causes it is mentioning, so lack of engagement or interest in classes, ineffective teaching methods, poor infrastructure facilities, long travel distances, financial pressure, health issues, perceived lack of career. So can you just select one of the most closest matching uh, aspect that you feel might be the cause of this? It can be lack of engagement. So one. So then the question comes, why are students lacking engagement or interest in classes? So it can be faculty struggle to make the content interactive. Students aren't clear on why the subject is important. Same routine, no variety of innovation on pedagogy, overload timetable or burnout from. So these can be the aspects, or it can be say normally what I have looked at is that lack of interest is coming because of one aspect, that is low attention span resulting from the reel watching culture. So that actually is something because of which students are not able to focus much on the regular classes, and they sometimes feel that they shouldn't be regular. So that, assuming that that can be uh, and smartphone use.
Yes, sir. This is also one of the.
So we can say this is one good thing about having two or three people when you are looking at the 5i model. At least two people. The discussions lead to better aspects. So why is now students are excessively watching reels? So possible directions to consider. So this habit has formed during COVID era. So lack of self-discipline. Classes feels less stimulating. Students are using phones as an escape for academic stress. Um, Amongst this, I feel classes being less stimulating. So what do you think is the most accurate? I'll say classes being less stimulating. So because they have shorter attention span, the regular legacy kind of teaching might be less stimulating to the students. So now the next question is, why do classes feel less stimulating than social media content? Is it because the teaching is predominantly lecture based, or syllabus content feels outdated, or is it lack of storytelling, visuals, and multimedia in classroom delivery? Is it because the faculty may not be trained in more modern engagements, assessments, system focus on memorization, or no hands projects? So, can you suggest what exactly of these six options, what would be the most closest? It can be lack of storytelling, visuals, and multimedia, because lot of image visual changes every 30 seconds and something. So the new age brain has adapted to that particular culture. So it can be lack of storytelling, visuals, or multimedia. So I can just copy this, or I can say storytelling is not a problem because teachers are equipped with it. So visuals or multimedia in classroom delivery. So that can be a problem. So why is there a lack of multimedia in classroom? So lack of hardware, traditional teaching culture, or board and chalk is enough. So I believe that that is not the right thing. This is always one good aspect of regular teaching. Nobody should be focusing on something else. But so lack of access to multimedia, and once in a while having a blended system where apart from the chalk and board, you can look at multimedia equipments also. So that is something that might be the reason, or no institutional push or incentive to modernize teaching methods, or limited awareness about tools, animation, or moves. That can also be. So say time constraint can also be something. Faculty may not have time to prepare for multimedia lessons. I'll take this. So everybody is aware what to do, but the time constraint among faculty is an actual problem these days. So now we have understood that why students are being irregular, because they lack engagement or interest in class, which is happening also because of the low attention spans. It happens because the new age social media has led to them feeling less stimulating while in the class. The reason might be because of the lack of visuals for multimedia and delivery classrooms, and that is happening because even with all the right tools in place, faculty's time is so much devoted in other things that they are not getting time to have a media rich lesson plan prepared. So now the root cause is identified. So faculty time constraints limit their ability to create engaging multimedia lessons. So there is a correlation that you can find between the actual faculty time constraints and why they are not, because of which the creative aspects that faculty can bring in, that is we are not being taken care of. So this, if many of you can agree, you can take that as a reason that can we look at having more creative time for the faculties in place once the root cause is applied. It will also give you countermeasures to address this. So you can choose this, or you can also look at parallel 5 white tracks for next set of questions, challenges. So I can say countermeasure to address this. And then it will suggest what exactly to do. Pre-recorded content with live teaching can be something. Introduce department multimedia coordinators apart from the regular, so who can help the teachers. Project based or flipped classroom models, where you share some YouTube videos and everything so that the students can go prepare, come back. So they actively engage with the content on YouTube or any other MOOC based initiative, come back, and then you people can have discussion on your own classroom. So flipped classroom method is something that is very effective that way, because in a scenario where you don't have a that bandwidth to create some content of your own, always free content is something that is available. You just see what are the best videos available, or certain engaging MOOC based courses available. Ask your team to students to go through that, come back, and then you can have engaging discussions. That those discussions and debates will keep them interested, because lot of information will start flowing much like reels do, and they would be more interested to engage. So that can be something. So it is suggesting something, and you can just find that okay, this is something that I can do, and focus on that. So this is how you can use 5i model in a real scenario. I hope I am able to do some justice with the example. Yeah, moving forward. So now, apart from ChatGPT, which I think is the best thing that you can look at, there are certain technology-based softwares available with you as well. Virtual boards. These are the tools that are ideal for collaborating, real-time brainstorming. You can have multiple teams coming up. Miro is one example. Miro is a very engaging tool. What it does is that it will just start on a canvas, like you see in the diagram, and you can just share the canvas with somebody with whom you would like to see through various aspects, like why X is not hiring. There might be two options, and these two options might be because of one particular underlying reason or multiple underlying reasons, which you can target and pinpoint exactly why this is happening. So you can start building virtual whiteboards using Miro. I'll just show you an example of what Miro does. I hope you are.
There's that moment in work when there's too many tools, silos appear, progress lulls, and the spark fades. Not anymore. This is the intelligent canvas. Do in minutes what usually takes hours. With AI that uses your ideas and content to create things like summaries, and get you started on diagrams. Get an extra pair of eyes on your work with AI sidekicks. When you need feedback or ideas for next steps, take back time to focus on real work with AI-powered interactive workflows like journey mapping, research synthesis, and sprint planning. All integrated, all together, in one place. Innovation belongs on the canvas.
Yeah. So that's how Miro helps you creating virtual whiteboards, sharing it with people, say your teammates, and collaborating at in a real time. It also helps you keep everything organized at one place. So that's one software that you can use and start using virtual whiteboards to lay out your problem and look at why exactly, what are the underlying causes while having an interactive session in place. Another aspect with ChatGPT also, I would like to share similar, say these tools both have free versions for teachers and a subsidized version as well, if not free. So you can use these tools, but however, I find that ChatGPT is something that has made life easier in many levels. Same thing, the 5 why system that I was using, now with a regular ChatGPT 1 subscription, you also get a share ID. So you can share this with whosoever you want to. In a real time, you can share it and two people can start working on this together. Either I can copy the link and share with you on chat. You can also start contributing or start seeing what I am doing, or I can just share it with you on an email, and howsoever it is, the link is shared and we can start collaborating together. So those aspects are available as well. Yeah. So now the next tool is mind mapping software. So these are the tools. Actually, on the right side, you can see how exactly what you're working on and how the mind map aspect works. You can see, I'll share a bit more on the mind map and flowchart aspect in the next lines. But since these are the suggested tools, I would like to see one tool at least of the each of the section. So mind mapping tool, I'll just introduce you to one another.
You know the feeling. A project begins with excitement. Ideas
This is
rushing in,
excellent.
but soon they scatter. What inspired you now feels hard to move. It shouldn't be this way. Xmind brings clarity. Ideas take shape. Tasks align. Plans become visible. And when the work feels too big, Xmind helps you break it down. Simple steps, clear direction. Momentum you can follow. Priorities become clear. Everyone knows their part. Progress is tracked. Timelines unfold with ease. No wait, no friction, just progress that feels natural and results you can trust. Project management made simple because everyone deserves smarter work and every idea deserves its chance to make an impact. Xmind, the light way to manage projects.
So this is another mind mapping software that eventually that extends to the entire program management, project management, whatever you plan to do. Once you identify the entire PDCA cycles, starting from planning to what to do, what to check, everything can be managed using this particular software. And evolution of this is something at an advanced level, what Jira and Rike does. It is a complete project manual aspect which can track the entire issue and create the entire project management systems. You can just take a look at this aspect as well.
We are a project management solution called Rike. When you open it, it looks like this, and with it, you can do this. At Rike, we call this the table view. We fill it with tasks that need to be done, choose who needs to do what here, and keep up to date with statuses by clicking on this. Easy, right? We've also got other views, so that you can see the project in the best way that suits you. Because hey, everybody's different. To spice it up, we've got even more features to keep your team covered for when you need to create more with less. Go to Wrike.com and get started for free today.
So three different kind of softwares. So the use cases I'll share, like a basic on a daily basis, why exactly X is happening at a very basic level. Some question happens. You can just use whiteboards, basic collaborate or understand or lay out in visuals why X or Y is happening. When it comes to a bit more non-linear aspect, like there might be multiple aspects, different stakeholders are involved, and what exactly might be leading to a problem. Use mind mapping softwares. And when some problem like okay, the annual event date has been moved, preponed, and now it's supposed to happen 1 week previous to what was planned. So now how exactly to manage the entire program? So there are a lot of aspects to be covered, lot of departments, lot of people to be managed. In those cases, you can use project management systems like Jira and like. So most of the softwares has a free version available for uh, teachers or institutions. You can use that, like you just mentioned, your institution's email ID, and most of the softwares are available for free. So now I'll just focus on the power of visual problem solving. So simplifying it, it's like the complex systems, or whenever there are multiple aspects involved, certain visual tools help you understand the problem better. What all is at stake? Who are the stakeholders? What kind of pros and cons each aspect or each step has? So once you break it down to each step, it becomes simple. It helps you align better to what exactly are the multiple aspects that you need to focus on, and you may be able to discover that actually there's another option available, or something else is causing the problem, the root cause. So all that is very easy to understand when you use visual problem solving. So the two aspects of problem solving, one is mind maps, one is flowcharts. So both looks a bit like same. So what exactly is the difference when it comes to both techniques? So mind map normally is how you use visuals to organize information. So there might be, for example, there might be X number of stakeholders for a particular aspect, or say here the example of new robotics course. So there would be course objectives to be looked at, what are the foundation, practical, and project works involved. At the same time, syllabus modules, multiple solicitor syllabus modules would be involved. Assessments, how to have the assessments in place. Do we have a system or a expertise to take those assessments? Then there are, of course, the lab equipments with a new thing. So how much is it going to cost? Do we have the budgets for it? So all these aspects need to be looked at when you are introducing something. So laying out all the aspects at one place, you understand the gravity of what all needs to be looked at. And then you start planning accordingly. So at a planning stage, this mind map is something that helps you. So whenever you need to have a non-linear thinking, you need to brainstorm, you need to add more data. Say two or three of the team members sitting and looking at what all aspects are not looked at. What is it that needs to be focused upon? There might be some fifth aspect in this that needs to be looked at. Anybody, can you suggest something that is not part of this, and which is very essential when a new robotics course needs to be introduced? So something like this says course, objective, syllabus, assessments, and lab equipment. But is it an accredited course that you can adapt? So somebody might be coming back, okay, there are not four, there is a fifth aspect as well that you need to look at. So those kind of discussions will happen once you lay out something like this in front of a team, and then they will also start focusing with new information that you can add on, and then you can visually depict those aspects. So the main idea or the problem statement comes at the center. Branches are created, and each sub branch is for details, examples, and new thoughts. Uh, what you can also do is that you can use multiple colors, red, blue, green, yellow, for each of the aspect, so that it becomes more visually striking, and your memory also helps you remember better with integration of colors, multiple designs, and a combination of text, icons, and visuals. So faculty use cases, whenever you want to brainstorm or research for something like a grant proposal, outlining syllabus for a new course, or planning multi-departmental event where every department has to contribute, so you can have a visual with all department members being present. It will ensure that later on no department will come and say that ki X has been left over and you ignored this thing, because everybody is contributing to this. So for use cases like this, mind maps are something that helps you visually organize, depict, involve everybody, uh, reiterate on aspects that have been left over, and have a complete picture of what needs to be looked at. And there are a lot of digital canvases available for mind mapping. Neural is something that is very interesting. Xmind, I showed you the detail of Xmind. That is something which is available. Another aspect is that a software called Notebook LM. I believe some of you would have attended the previous session of mine. In detail have shared you what exactly is Notebook LM. And there is a section in Notebook LM where you can use, just write on your problem statements, everything. Say something that the 5I problem statement identified. I can say just go back to that particular 5I thing, and I can just copy the entire discussion I had. I can paste it on Notebook LM, and it will create an entire mind map from those information available. So mind map is something that you can use for free. So these are aspects that you can, tools you can start exploring more. At the same time, flowcharts are something that another, say it looks almost like mind maps. What is the core difference? So this the faculty coming from engineering background, I don't need to discuss on this much, but yeah, for a general interest, flowchart is where you graphically represent an entire workflow. So say you now have a solution. So now the solution has how many steps? There are straight direct steps, or there are steps where either you will get a positive result or a negative result. In terms of a negative result, what to do? In terms of a positive result, what to do? How to change the flow of actions based on the kind of results or feedbacks you are getting. When you choke out everything, you showcase it in a form where an entire SOP is created and it's visually visible. That is something that captures the entire flow, and we call it as flowchart. And why it is required is for analyzing a process, identifying where the bottlenecks are, where the inefficiencies are. Those are the aspects for which you can use. How you can use is you have specific symbols for start and endpoints. Actions, tasks are rectangles. Decisions, where yes or no decisions need to be taken, are diamonds. And then you connect everything with arrows, and the flow from start to finish is visible. How faculties can use it is mapping, say, the current student advising process, eliminating delays, creating a clear, repeatable procedure. So sometimes what happens is that equipment available, yes, then the lab tech prepares equipment, so that aspect might not be there. Or say the student collects and signs, so the process for the collection and signing is not visible. The students are not aware of it. Or say the equipments to be used, there is no process manual for it. So such things might be delaying the entire flow. So once you lay out the entire SOP, it becomes easier for you to understand why exactly something is not happening or a problem is existing. So that is how there is a stark difference between mind map, where you are visually using all the laid out information to organize and see the status of what exactly is it that you want to focus upon. So planning stage is something that mind maps come up or help you. Flowchart is the do stage, where now that you have all the information, now you understand what to do. You connect all the data. There is a flow that you have set up. There are decisions that you need to be taken, and each decision is each option that you take, what it leads to. Everything is chalked out so that clearly you now have a plan what exactly to do. Then tech tools for building and sharing flowcharts. Lucid Chat is very good option available. Visio is something whosoever has a MS Teams account, Visio is free for them. Diagrams.net is another very simple to use free tool that we have. So, and good thing is that academic environments is something that you have a lot of templates within these softwares, especially Visio and diagrams.in. Even within Lucid Chat, there is a rich template library available for each of, say, uh, academic processes, admission processes, examination processes. Already there is existing charts available. You can go, you can have a bit of iteration. So it takes, say, saves around 70 to 80% of your time just to define that particular problem in a visual way. Real-time collaborations are as available, and you can also integrate this within, say, Visio is something that you can integrate with MS Team. So once you create something in Visio, you can just share it on chat, and it would, the diagrams and everything would be visible, and real-time work can be done on this. So it's that simple. Then the focus is on how we can look at integrating the toolkit entirely, what exactly is to be done at which particular time. So plan aspect used for open-ended brainstorming of potential solutions and project scope. Whenever you have to do a lot of brainstorming, solutions and project scope, this mind maps are something that you will help you. Then at a do stage, you need to diagnose the root cause of the problem. You can use 5 eyes, and at the same time, when you understand what exactly is the flow that you want to set, you can start with a design for which you can use flowcharts. Once you have flowcharts and the do aspect, everything is measured, then you can check when you are following that SOP, or say you laid out that SOP, somebody is following it. Is it saving time? Is it adding to confusion? So with a laid out SOP, sometimes it adds more confusion. Why? Because it is laid out in a visual, but at the same time, the previous legacy markers or the communication previously, that has not been revoked. It normal happens that library to the left, library to the right, both signs are there. One is new and one is old. Which to follow? So you need to check what exactly is causing, if even if it is laid out process, what exactly is causing the delay. So check, then act on it. If it is like multiple information is there, the previous legacy information has not been revoked, do that. Then again look at if the situation has improved. For that, you can lay out the visuals again. This exactly was what was the problem. These are the aspects that we did, and this is where we are now. And what exactly is causing, if the problem still exists, what is causing it? Again, come to the 5 eye. So this iterative cycle that will ensure that you get better at solving the problems that you have. At the same time, it helps you having a problem solving mind. Although engineering colleges, they have the best problem solving minds, I believe. So but yeah, these tools always help. Now what I have done here is that I have also added some tools for each aspect. Say plan, there are collaborative boards, project management tools like Rike and Asana is a very good tool, and mostly for basic aspects it's available for free. Anybody who's looking at a project management aspect to handle a larger program, or one task that has been given to them. Definitely, Asana is something that you can look at. Mind mapping and diagram, Xmind is there. Do phase is where you start doing what exactly has been laid out. Once the entire process has been laid out, say there is a course that has been created, Moodle is something that you can use. Simulation or analysis software like MATLAB is something, yeah, that you can use. Communication hubs, how you are the entire doing a part. The action part, how everything is being monitored or executed. Microsoft Teams is something basic software free available that you can use. Check is when you need a lot of analytics and business intelligence dashboards. Two best tools available, Tableau and Power BI. Fortunately, Microsoft Teams as of now has a free, and for particularly for Microsoft Teams, Power BI, business intelligence integration is something that comes up. Even Google Studio is something, Data Studio, that is something that is available for free for most of the, until and unless you are like looking at highly complex data, these tools provide you with the basic solutions. Another good thing is that Tableau as a software is something that is available for free for all institutions. It generates beautiful analytics dashboards. You can check what all the problem is, where exactly you stand at any day real time, even say minute to minute or hour to hour, what has been the progress. Tableau is something that can show you amazing results. So somebody who wants to look at business intelligence, has a basic understanding of Excel, Tableau or Power BI is something that is very useful. Also, what helps is having a survey platform in place. Google Forms, SurveyMonkey definitely is there, but I'll always suggest Google Forms. Very simple, freely available, that you can use. Take feedback from everybody who is part of some changes that you are bringing in as part of a solving a problem, and take feedback of what exactly has been the experience. And there are complex data analysis tools. Whenever, like say, there's a lot of aspects to be looked at for a data analysis required, Python or other solutions that you can integrate with Tableau or Power BI, and have dashboards ready in place. Once everything is there, knowledge management. Uh, Notion is something I'll recommend to everybody. Notion as a tool, it is one of the best tools when it comes to managing your life or creating a secondary brain. It comes with an AI tool of its own. So any problem that you have, you just write. You can create diagrams. You can create, say, Excel sort of columns within it. There are multiple aspects that is available within Notion. So highly recommend Notion for anybody who would look at knowledge management. Say somebody who's looking at researching. Whenever they get an interesting aspect, send it to Notion. Create a folder for say mechatronics related or robotics related research. Any article that you get, send it to Notion. Once you have 10 or 50 links, export all the links to notebook LM, and just start studying what all is the common insights that come up from this. Very insightful tool Notion is. So these are a set of tools in each aspect that will help you, guide you through the problem solving aspect. So now I'll end the same with the basic notion that uh, howsoever a lot of tools are there, everything is there, but fostering continuous improvement, that is something that is required. This is just toolkit. Once you apply it, you create a culture of problem solving. So most of the situations where blame game happens, nobody's taking an ownership. From that to something where everybody is taking an ownership, everybody is engaged, looking at how everybody can contribute to some problem solving. That is a culture that you want to create. And even one person with a right kind of tool, just use one tool, but to use that tool effectively. Just forget everything, use ChatGPT, but do that with dedication, and try to solve one problem at a time, involve everybody. So that creates a culture, and that is the absolute must. Where technology won't help, that is the human aspect where efforts at a human level would be required. And that is where the interpersonal skills, the willingness to look at a solution and act on it, that comes up. So I'll say, while these uh, skill sets are learned, it will help empower students, drive innovations, and build more resilient and efficient academic programs and institutions. And the goal here is not just to solve today's problem, but to build the capacity to solve tomorrow's. And that is the actual skill. So on a day to day, you practice it. The entire way your mind works, it changes. Even at a genetic level, you can see a lot of changes happening. That is what researchers say. Once you apply, start focusing on solving problems, and the brain gray cells and everything changes accordingly. So I'll just close this with mentioning everything at a snapshot. So we here discuss the core problem of solving problems. That is, we need to define the problem. We need to look at how to diagnose the root cause. We also need to look at how to identify a solution and implement the solution. And once we do that, sustaining the results, that is monitoring the outcome, standardizing new processes, sharing lessons learned, and ensuring problem does not happen again. So these are the aspects that we need to look at. And there is PDCA cycle framework that is available: plan, do, check, act. Keep on doing this, and the overall problem solution and the skill set to solve the problem both improves. Then there is a 5 why, where you just identify problems, start asking why again and again 5 times. You will come up with a proper solution to the problem. We also discussed on visual problem solving tools, mind maps, something that at a plan level it is very essential. At a do level, flowcharts and decision trees are something that are very important. Once you have this and you move to the check aspect, cause and effect diagrams, fishbone techniques are something that will help you. So these are the aspects which will help you with the problem solving journey of yours. And I wish everyone all the best. If any questions, please do ask.
I think we are
Yeah.
almost on time. And that's a interesting set of slides that you had. I think especially the last one. If you can share your deck, Srijit, that would be great. We will need to share it with all the participants and also with the ICT.
Yeah, I did share. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you already shared. Sorry.
Yeah. So thank you, Kamna. Thank you, everyone. Hope
Thank you. Thank you so much,
all the best for
Srijit.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we will have you back for another engaging session. And I'll just request the faculty members to, if possible, to switch on their cameras and, interact more. So that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, all the best,
See you.
everyone. I'll see you tomorrow also.
Yes,
Sir, I
yes.
have one
We'll see you
question.
tomorrow. Yes. Okay, there's a question. Yeah.
Hello?
Thank you for speaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'll
Sir,
close with this.
is which can convert the chat GPT text image that normally chat GPT gives into proper image, full-fledged image.
Can I
I think
have the question again?
is there any tool which can convert the text image given by chat GPT to another full-fledged image, proper image?
You are
So the
talking about
diagrams are
infographics. Say any text that you have, converting into infograph. Take that text from ChatGPT, paste it in Gemini. Gemini, create image and thinking mode. Create image, thinking mode. Just remember this. Any chat, any text, take it to Gemini, create image, check thinking mode. It will convert to infographs. Thank you everyone. Signing out.
Thank you.
Okay.
He'll be coming back for the next session. You can ask then. Okay. Thank you. Time is up.